Now joins Joe Deceives, and this may be what he needed to reach his peak. Let's take a look at some of the Joe numbers, because he's in our top 5 as well. And as we take a look at the highlights, talk to me about the frontline expectations today.
Really high. I mean, I feel like the slang on this team has just taken a huge turnover in the past year in this squad, and with the addition of Real now, it's just gone over the mountaintop. And when you talk about a team like Toronto Koi with Inside and Kleenex on it, you don't usually say that. This was usually a very fundamentally sound team. They were a team that would get outplayed and still beat you. You now add that fundamentals with the slaying power of Real and Joe, this team becomes terrifying. This team becomes championship caliber. So for them, it's just about consistency at this point and seeing that they don't fall to any of the competition.
And can you stay above a 1.0 KD? I know you just padded your stats against Vancouver, but now you've got another top-tier squad. Do you think Koi has potential of getting 3 or more players above a 1.0 tonight?
Talking about the team KD, that's been great for them. Like, everybody's been contributing. And I do think that the answer to that I would give you is yes, because the hard point for FaZe Vegas hasn't looked great. And when you talk about overload, these guys in Koi, they played Den, they played exposure, and you saw the stat, averaging 6 goals. They have been lighting it up there. They look like they're ahead in that game mode. So going to need that once again, because you can't expect to win both searches.
I'm trying to finish the season 9-9. Chris Lair, you're going to get me there, buddy. Let's go with Vegas FaZe. I'm all in on the pink.
I like this one. I think it's going game 5. I'm going to go with the Toronto Koi, though. I think they're going to edge them out in this one.
I'm going to go with Toronto Koi, too. I just really liked what I saw from them. I think this is a really solid team.
Am I going 0-3 again? All right, fans are riding with me, boys. On the mic for the final fight of 2025.
I'm going FaZe. I'm a FaZe fan, as you know. I also love the Ultra, though. So it's like, I would just for a banger of a match,
one of those matches that completely moves all of our power rankings. Just flat out, to end the year. We've had some extreme Mat 4, Mat 5 affairs throughout the weekend, but this one right here feels like, is Vegas actually for real after beating Paris? Is Toronto actually for real without having really had to play anybody super meaningful yet? Like, there's a lot of questions here between both these two teams. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, without question, there's a lot of questions potentially to see who's top 3 in the league right now between both of these two squads. Obviously, if you are Vegas, you're feeling fantastic with the way that you were able to win your series versus the Gentlemates, especially with the form that the Gentlemates have shown themselves in recently. You clutch up in the 2-3-5. You're probably gonna have to do the same similar strat here, because Koi right now, they're just lights out in respawn. Great in hard point, unbelievable in overload. I think if you're Vegas, you're gonna have to show me something here in the map number 1 if you want to stand a chance versus this lineup.
Here we go. Let's get locked in. We got FaZe Vegas and Toronto Koi. Last matchup of the 2025 year, and let's get it on. Exposure Hardpoint has been gracing us all weekend long, it feels like. And after the opening start for Toronto, it's a boost to get things back in the mix for FaZe as they re-hit the hill, find a way to jump on through, and have Real completely isolated.
The ARs with the cover fire. Draza and Abuza already off to a great start. 5-1 combined. You dominating all the mid-map control. You have control of long alley as well, and just coordinating so far what and what not you want to challenge, but you challenge the wrong guy there. Insight lines up all 4 for the final 15 seconds. Teammates should be free off the rotation, but Vegas get the close solar spawns. They're going to be blessed over at P2 early on.
Even with Draza finding the 2 over the top, he's able to really clear that space out. Definitely a player to watch for. We'll talk the narratives and storylines as we go, but a lot of attention has been put onto Draza. And so far, he has started off red hot. 5-2, 2 in a row. A little pop over the tank, trying to set up his teammates. Damage tallied onto Kleenex. Inside the long-standing duo, working with him, but Draza gets out of there. Little tactful retreat back to let the reset come back through. And as they do, 0-4 and Sip trying to clear some space, but they cannot deal with Insight over the middle of the map, and that'll be enough for Koi to get back on.
Yeah, I thought the initial setup right there for Vegas was perfect. You had 0-4 playing the OE, working around the backside. He was able to open up with the opening double, but it's just the pressure there from Koi through mid-cut. Doesn't allow them to hold on to this P2 the way that they wanted to. Now spawns flip. Koi in the driver's seat for the final 15. You had pressure up the middle of the map as well. Joe Deceives is not letting them get out of that side of the map for anything. They should be freely off the rotation to P3 uncontested.
Real on 4 in a row. Gonna lock down the scrap time and build just over a 20-point lead for Toronto, looking over to P3. One player trying to play spoiler. That's Simp. He has been unbelievable so far through 2 weekends, but he's already been red. Joe Deceives going back to the play. Not able to win the first 1v1, but a Semtex cleans up Simp, and Kleenex is there to follow up on 3 in a row.
And you got the back spawns if you are Koi, so you can just funnel your way right back to the bottom side of the doorway. Eventually, you're going to get some trophy systems, but here comes Ofer on the pinch. He's able to find one. Your teammates are not getting ready to hit the goal button through top window, so he stalls enough time for the break for some much-needed time here for Vegas.
Joe cleans things up at the back, gets the regen, trying to double hit this as Real's working his way from the underground, able to find one pistol off for a second. No, and Draza almost turns away everything, but Insight has Toronto right back in the hard point. 20 seconds to fight for. Not done yet, though. Here's FaZe over the top and through the window, but right into the waiting nade of Insight. One more player to try to challenge with Simp. Real deals with it, and scrap time goes to Toronto.
And now there's only one player from Vegas who have the spawns that they want for the next HP. You're trying to chase him down, trying to locate where he went. Insight is able to spot him. Can he win the one-on-one versus Draza?
Oh.
He does not. So Draza, your job now is to just buy your life as long as you possibly can. But too many angles to watch. Joe Deceives sneaks behind enemy lines and spawns in favor of Koi, but Vegas in the HP.
Yeah, they're just going to wait for Real to spawn up before Toronto tries to break this hill. Joe finds the opener. Real making sure no one plays on the backside of this hit. And he's gotten a lot of damage in, but still falls. Sim from inside the hard point did his job and then some. A double leaves to now the AR's left standing, and FaZe will clean things up. 30 seconds to fight, and Toronto are spawning really far away.
Yeah, Koi might not even have an opportunity to contest this again. You might just have to forfeit this and set up at that P5. Gonna give it one last hurrah through the front door. Don't want to take some time to potentially flip you on that side of the map, but you can already see on your mini-map Abuza hitting the long route, thinking about the long game. It's great. You can have this final 15. We want them in map control. We want to be early off the rotation to P5. And a big one-on-one gunfight on the new time. Insight just stays alive. Good play.
Yeah, but Abuza top window is able to get one trade, and that's going to have FaZe with numbers as they try to quickly break this hard point, if you want to call it that. Kleenex was the last one standing, so it wasn't much of a force to work through. Little bounce back from Real, didn't like the look of what he saw, and instead Insight's going to call in the Hellstorm. Tie game. FaZe take the lead for a moment. Here comes the streak, though, down and raining right above this hill. And FaZe are scrambling, and they've done well to actually get out of the mix for a moment. Draza in some trouble top crate. Real trying to fight him, and he's got help from Joe Deceives as Toronto will break and reclaim the lead of their own.
Yeah, they have the time for now. And they have the setup that they sort of want, especially with your players spawning in on that side towards back window. You know, it's time to turn around if you are Real. AR hitting different, just not in the hands of Real there. Droz gets the better of him. Doesn't matter. Koi are going to walk away with a majority of the time here at the P5. Thankfully, Insight with that Hellstorm was the opener that they were looking for to be a little bit late off the rotation. But after our first set, you're going to find yourself almost up by 30 points. Got trophy system this time around to have a lot more success on lockdown setups.
About as good as it gets for these two teams squaring up against each other. Everyone participating evenly. No one really running away with the scoreboard right now. And as we look to see FaZe trying to bounce back after this Toronto break, we're going to head over to a Vegas listen in.
Hey, on your right. Three. I get time. I'm blocking out. Bring in people right. Should be right. I'm blocking. I have rank. Can we con? I have lock. That's fine. I have lock. Tell Pino. We go outside again. Long week. Nice. That's what we do, guys. I'm getting. Can we long? Josh, foot. Okay. This one on me then. Let's go. I love it. I cannot be full. Yeah. Jamie, we go. They cannot be full, guys. One might be extra. Two con pass. Okay. Yeah. Two con. Here's one Sam. But he's deep back. On me. Let's do it. Let's push up. I spawned you. One. Come clear. You know we've outer lane up. That's right. Let's get up. I have outer, okay? I'll shoot over your top. Let me know when you have mid. Nothing mid. One shot, I'm a bullet. Nice. Yeah, we gotta roll here. Before I long, yes.
Good shit, draws. What's up, people? What's up?
Yeah, I'm the pillar low. Low left corner. In the left corner. Just spam tags. How many steps? Don't say anything else. Stairs, real weak. Low.
Back and forth, the pendulum swings. No one taking a commanding lead. This is just good team Call of Duty right now. Real off 3 in a row, finessing to allow Joe to get back in. And that looks like the scrap time's going to be good here, Jay. What'd you notice in listening?
Oh, the listening was fantastic. You could tell that Vegas was starting to account for everybody on the map, knowing what and when they needed to chow, consistently calling out the hard block, because usually you're expecting SMGs to create space, but it was actually the AR. Straza was so far pushed up through the middle of the map. You have to give that communication to make sure you win the rotation over towards New. But even when you had the rotation, Core broke through the front side of that P3. So they have a 25-point lead. You're looking for another break here at P4. You find openings through the backside, already combining for 2. You relieve the pressure on the HP, and the break should be clean, but Simp manages to stay alive.
And he's now off the regen. Help nearby in the backside corner as Koi are no longer really fighting for spawns. They're just trying to get into the hard point. Kleenex has to hold and wait, and as he does, 04 steps forward, finds the time to up and over. Good help from Simp as the SMGs for FaZe, creating some space in front of the middle. And the turn onto Real works out nicely as well as 04 gets his 23rd. And with that, FaZe are looking good to tie up this game again.
Good shit, 04.
You're going to be down by 5 or going over towards the P5, and I don't think that anyone has a health storm this time around to affect your setup if you are early off the rotation. You got time now. If you are Vegas with the remaining junk time to hit long routes, Simp gonna take his sweet time, working all the way through Solar, trying to isolate this one-on-one gunfight.
Good shit, Simp.
Taking all of mid-map away. That's all he needed was one. Spawns flip, Vegas find the break.
Yeah, brilliant moment here for FaZe. Toronto trying to play recovery. Inside able to shut down one. Mid-map now being fought for by Koi. 04 down, but will be out. Simp over the top, waiting for a chance to collapse on this setup, but may have ran out a little bit of patience. Forfeits the spot up top, but still finds a kill at mid-map. But meanwhile, Toronto's on the hard point. 04 trying to break it with an SMG at some significant range, and somehow gets on for the contest. Goes up high, but Kleenex gets the read. Simp last one standing, and he's in a 1v3. Shut down, push back. Koi a chance to reclaim the lead here late.
Yeah, they got the lead. Now Vegas as we go into our third set. Gonna try to play for that map control. Draza working through mid-cut, hitting a long route, but he's sniffed out by Insight, who has had so many clutch gunfights throughout this map. You have all of mid-map control of your core. You only need about 27 seconds to close out this map number 1, but all the fights in favor of Vegas.
Uza and Draza clear out the remaining Koi members over the top of P1. 2:23 is where it stops for Toronto. Insight clears out back third. Now it's just down to waiting for teammates so he can set up some sort of a pinch off the jump wall. He might not even be needed though. The SMGs again for Koi cleaning up the hard point. Now it's down to finding the power position clearance as well. FaZe holding off, waiting for help. Trying to rewrap this back through P2 stairs, but Insight is keeping the bottom side a window. Messi, that's 3 in a row. Draza with the response, but the trade is good for Joe, and Toronto are looking to possibly close the game.
They potentially close the game if they can get that final tick, but I don't think that Vegas are going to rely on that set up over at the new hard point. Thankfully, a Draza nade is going to relieve that pressure there, but it's a dance, it's a rotation, it's a race over towards P2. Toronto have 3 players in the vicinity. You have 1 player in Draza set up for the pinch. He's just banking on his teammates to get some kind of success. He's only able to take down 1. Koi should put the finishing touches on this one.
Should, but it's Abuza up top. Has he been seen? Yes, he has. Joe deceives off 5 in a row. Last couple of seconds. Joe, more shots for 6. And that should likely do it, but the contest is into the corner. Kleenex trying to clean that up, but not able to do it. Back over his Insight. Gets over towards P2 stairs. Wants to try to win the game himself, but he can't. FaZe have to jump on. You cannot allow Toronto to set foot on this hard point. 2:25 to 2:49, and Toronto are taking their time.
They're just going to take their time. They need 1 wave of kills, 1 opening, and it's Real Insight already finding 2.
Oh, and then Joe deceives, coloring outside the lines, is able to find an angle to help clear off FaZe from the hard point. Whoa, it got close. FaZe able to sneak away some contest time, but the lead just a little bit too large to come back with late. Toronto strike first.
Oh, man, that was a bloodbath there, Al. Back and forth, swing after swing, blow for blow. When it came down to Vegas being early off the rotation and winning that first wave of fights, that is where they struggled, man. Their setups weren't the best. They were easily getting picked apart. We're talking about getting a clean 4 dead. Now someone from Koi has to look for an opening. It's insight, insight, insight. Takes the long route around dirt at that reset for the third set of P1. Finds the opening kill, and just staying alive on that side of the map forces Vegas to put focus on you. Someone has to look at a different direction and just creates openings now for his teammates to hit the time, find the break, and keep them off of the HP. A 19-point difference. Vegas definitely have shown improvement in their hardpoint game, but just still, those setups are way too easily broken.
Yeah, sharing is caring. The name of the game for Toronto as well. 3 players over, I think, 1:20 in the hardpoint, and the assist tallies were significant. 3 players in double-digit assists. Stat category that often goes uncherished, but one that is massive, especially when it comes to quickly following up on trades, or at least getting good team shots in. Not to say that that's the only difference maker here, because again, this was just great team Call of Duty between both of these squads. I love the way that you give FaZe their flowers. I mean, Hardpoint was looking really suspect, to put it plainly, in the opening weekend, but here against a Toronto team that has also looked really polished in their Hardpoint, this is about as tight as it gets.
Yeah, it doesn't get any tighter than that. 19-point difference between 2 potential top dogs that we have throughout this entire season. They go blow for blow. It's just Toronto getting the last laugh there at the ending of that exposure HP. And now if you're Toronto, you're feeling confident as ever, because you heard the Deaths touch on it. Like, they're averaging 6 goals in Overload a game.
Yeah,
it's 12-1 in total score in that mode. So without question, the fact that they take the opening hardpoint, which they probably were expecting because they were the better respawn team, especially in this game mode, you're also facing up against a really tough Search and Destroy squad who's 2-0 on the map that they are playing next on Den. They played it in both of their series. They have unbelievable mid-round adjustments, and CleanX or Insight, whoever's running that sniper, is making play after play. So your hands are going to be full here if you FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just one of those situations, too, that you evaluate over the course of this series in particular. Yeah, Toronto's averages ballooned for sure. I don't even think it's the average goals that they've scored that really impresses me as much as they've played 2 times and only allowed 1 detonation to come through. They've only allowed 1 goal. So it's just both sides of the device have been pretty insane. And we'll be back on Exposure to eventually talk about that. But for now, we go to Den, where in particular, we just recently watched Vegas play up against Paris on this map, and it was a blowout. 6-0. Paris looked lost. And I think just in particular, it's not even just that like Paris was unable to find any rounds. I think it was just how FaZe were setting up the map to be so favorable for them. First Bloods, sure, name of the game without question, but also just how they were putting pressure across the map had Paris just like unstable, it felt like, every single round.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be the key to success here for both teams. Applying that pressure on angles that you can take the advantage spot and take that away from them on the opposite side. You're looking at players like O4 who did it last week. You're looking on the opposite side for players like Real who do it for this team now, rocking that new purple. So it's going to be an absolute battle of how many calculated risks you want to take through mid statue. Because we've seen it, if an SMG is able to isolate onto a player sitting at top window, either running an AR or running a sniper, if you just get underneath them, it's a free first blood. So you got to be on the lookout for what O4 and Real are going to be trying to do on this map.
Well, it feels like both teams have a very well fleshed out understanding of this map in Search and Destroy. As you mentioned, Toronto's played
fucking Falcons are starting off with their first 2 wins early this year.
Reflecting on the caliber of opponent they've played here, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy opponents they've played here, has not been particularly high, but still, they're 2-0 on the map, 6-3, 6-5, and still one of those situations that you find Real getting early success alongside Joe Deceives. Insight gets the chance to pull out a scope. First time we've seen it in a long time. And he's reminding everybody that, yep, when he was on Singularity back in Challengers, way back in the day in Black Ops 4, when we saw Modern Warfare, he was also pretty undeniable with it. So what do we get? How do we find the difference in these two teams? We're going to find out, as it's going to be Toronto offering an aggressive approach early towards B with the smoke and possibly a scale deeper into Dojo here.
Oh yeah, FaZe have no idea what this play call is. Smoke out your front side of Dojo. You can't read the early pressure, and that leads to Real taking all that space away and shutting down the playmaker on the opposite side in 04.
Inside looks scary this game, I'm not gonna lie.
That's the objective, and Draza makes you pay for it. 3v3.
Yeah, great counter nades from FaZe. Trade from Real gets us to a 1v2, manageable for Insight, but may have missed his window there. Lots of damage, but can't finish the kill. And you sub out one FaZe member for another to take the gunfight, and that works out to isolate and collapse on what was a really small kind of opportunity, you thought. I mean, based on how the first blood was coming through, all you had was counter nades and AR.
I said I didn't think they were gonna win.
Yeah, it's just right there. Koi's play call.
Wasn't like
we're just not going to show
some bullshit
information over towards B. We'll throw a smoke. We're going to take that space away. If we find the first blood, great. But we don't have any trophy systems to work with, so let's just try to wait it on out. By the time you make that play call to potentially get the objective down, nades raid supreme over towards that site. Even up the numbers, and then there's too many reinforcements there for FaZe to retake. And Draza is able to locate 3 on the round. You can always count on Draza to show up and search and destroy. The guy puts in non-stop work. They showed it there in round 1.
Who's going to take the AR to watch the outer balconies on this approach to A? Simp, seeing his teammate, getting some shots in, is going to take a little bit of extra motion through and over to the side and says, well, they need to pause for a moment. Smoke will come out. Maybe not. Thinking that they're going to just block off that front line of sight, but not the case. Simp's just going to jump on and plant.
Gonna get this bomb down. That's gonna connect close with the stun or nade. Is that player going to be weak? Abuza knocked down to 15 HP. It's all out bloodbath on the backside of the patio, though. Draza and Joe Deceives trade for trade. Still a 3v3, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Simp is just watching the shadow of Real the entire time. Shakes off the stun status effect. Finding 2 in small room. I mean, that was not a hero play necessarily, but as the lone man standing around in the site, getting 2 is unbelievable for FaZe.
Yeah, and if you're Simp, you're sitting there like, all right, eventually these guys have to put some kind of pressure on the bottom side of comms, but since they didn't set the tone, you know that they had to be building up for it. This time you take the play to them. You catch Real on the slide in. The team shot's good enough to catch Insight off guard, but Simp gets the bomb planted, secures 2 on the round. Mr. Do It All.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem this year. I mean, he's a problem every year, but it just feels like this year could put him back into MVP style form. Here come Toronto again. Similar approach in terms of tempo to B. Smoke is also played in the same way as it had been in round 1. Problem this time is FaZe is not here to contest Dojo, and we're going to play a 2-2 split, putting a lot of pressure on Insight to get the read from the flank.
Oh, and he's at least able to spot both of them and almost walk away with both gunfights, but Simp gets the better of him. 35 seconds in counting. Real gets the jump on the opposite side towards Dojo. Finds the first kill, but Abuza somehow, some way is able to walk away with 2. Now all he's doing is trying to stall time, but the beat down there from Abuza. Who needs a Simp when I can get it done my damn self? Abuza locates 3 and FaZe take that round away.
That is unbelievable from Abuza. I mean, the initial push through for Toronto, I think they're sitting here unsure of how many members for FaZe are playing off that flank, and they try to isolate by getting deep into Dojo to set up their post plan there. But what they don't realize is that there are still 2 FaZe members here, and technically both are caught with nades out on this initial challenge from Real, but Kleenex and Joe are just a little bit too far back, and then Abuza's little finesse to the pistol and a little jab to the stomach will get things done as Joe just cannot quite lock down the shots. I mean, that is so dirty to try to fight up against.
Yeah, that's unreal right there out of Abuza. You played it right if you are Koi. Like, you get Insight to give you information, 2 players on the flank. We got a 3v2. We have an extra gun on our side. Just didn't win the gunfights there versus Abuza. And right now, what is it so far on Den for FaZe? 9-0 flawless, have let to use around, but there you go. Joe Deceives trying to turn that around with the first blood.
But does it matter? Because look at FaZe, isolating, playing aggressively, but Insight's able to find another. And while that play was developing, there was also another elimination through the middle of the map. So it leaves Simp by himself, 5-0. May want to consider if he wants to hold his life here, depending on what he sees, just based on the fact that he's close to a Hellstorm.
Nah, definitely potentially thinking about that in the back of his mind. You know, Kleenex has a sniper. We can try to turn it into a one-on-one gunfight, but it's just going to be trapped. Koi are able to stop the bleeding. This time you find the first blood. If you're Joe Deceives, you instantly respond with the second out of the sniper play from Kleenex. Usually we see Insight with the boomstick, but Kleenex isn't afraid to make plays as well, and he's got one hell of a shot. Koi get on the board for the first.
And here's that shot from Kleenex. Just able to keep a shoulder in sight from Draza. So now the question starts to become, okay, Toronto, another good first blood. This time you convert. What do you call on this next offense? We've seen that same 3-man stack and smoke the dojo. Do you have something different to show FaZe to try to keep them a little bit more uncomfortable? And it looks like they may show a little bit of nade pressure at B, but this is obviously very different with the passive approach towards A.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for in that adjustment. Just playing for a spread setup, seeing if Vegas are going to be the aggressors on the defensive round like they have been in the past couple. But this time, you know, everyone's camping their spawn. You send it over towards rooftops. You find the first blood onto Sim. We shouldn't waste any time to just get this objective down.
Yeah. But just making sure they can clear out small. Here comes the 3-man hit from FaZe. They overwhelm Real. Joe still not comfortable up the plant's going to play for the kills instead. Red by Abuza, but doesn't win the gunfight. And from the front, the dynamic duo of Kleenex and Insight find the other two. A bold call, but it works out nicely for Toronto to get 2 in a row.
Yeah, it all starts with that first blood, man. Once you do that, you obviously put yourself in the advantage. You force FaZe to now have a different approach on their defensive setup. They decide to rally everyone in the backside up, drag up the numbers, make it an instant 3v3, but then it's just all individual play. Joe Deceive sneaks his way through the bottom side of lobby, wins a massive one-on-one gunfight, because if he loses that, they probably gain the information that the bomb is going to be down. They could just back up, but wins a one-on-one at the same time all of his teammates do. So Koi now with
Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max together for $19.99.
Tender love and care.
Insight may have gotten a read and says, nope, not going to bother with that. Instead, we'll play a little bit more safe towards the defensive spawn. And that'll give FaZe some room to work with here at mid if they decide they want to try it out.
Yeah, the shoulders being thrown if you are Real. You heard that Abuza took a shot. He's able to spot Kleenex, and Kleenex is not going to mess with that gunfight. But 35 seconds already down, and Joe Deceives is off the map. Like, Clayster's so damn happy Den is in the mix, I'm telling you.
Brother, we can't be falling off the map when there's not even a play developing yet. That's just not allowed. Here comes the play for FaZe on the site. Smoke embellishing the front doors at Dojo. Abuza was looking for a chance to cut off mid, but now has to likely get into the play as Kleenex will be isolated, taken care of. And Real in a 1v3, bomb being planted against him. Not looking all that likely. First shot misses though for Abuza. And Real will have a chance to reload, but no, there's too many guns looking at him. Easy round for FaZe.
Oh man, imagine that. You jump up through mid-cut and both sides of outside of 10, both players have a sniper. 0-4 just picks that one up off of Kleenex. He said, all right, Abuza, you missed yours. Don't worry. I'll hit my shot. Courtesy of Kleenex. Thank you for dropping it for me, but that's just an easy round there for FaZe, especially when you know who's the guy that jumped off the map. Joe Deceives. Oh, this guy loves to play over towards B site. So let's just instantly take it, get the bomb down. 0-4 opens up with a double. As we got to take a look at it again. It's just something about this wall right here, Al. You hit it the wrong way, you're just saying bye-bye. And unfortunately for Joe, that leads to a free round there for Vegas.
Pain and suffering. Okay. 4-2 the count. Joe, seeing if you can correct for those earlier mistakes. And FaZe are actually going to play a little bit more aggressively on the defense. Stun will read that. Semtex trying to find some damage onto Simp, but counter nades will once again keep Toronto at bay. But look at the quick route from Real. No one's going to expect this timing, or will they? The timing is just a menace. As Draza was coming back, Real finds 2. Simp's got nowhere to go, and Koi have the numbers.
Yep, that's just all based off of what Real did. Not afraid to make plays, runs right up the middle of the map, gets behind enemy lines, and trigger discipline to at least find 2. A 1v3 now for Abuza. Bomb gets planted. You don't see the size 10 on the site. And now you know that he has a sniper, but Abuza, quick scope. Yeah, that guy's pretty good with the boom stick.
Still a lot more to go through, and no, we'll be caught by Hole. And that'll be Koi keeping us tight. But they're going to have to put a couple together here to get this thing a little bit more, not just in their favor, but closer towards round 11 prospects. And I will say, though, you know, for this Toronto team, you know, after what we saw in the first 2 attacks, I like what I'm seeing here offensively, just continuing to try to put pressure onto this site, but doing it in a different way. The first round, it's the smoke at the front doors, try to survive through the nades. The second round is play through Dojo. The third time now, it's playing through mid, knowing you've got some freedom to do so to get around for the flank, and that works out beautifully.
Yeah, now we go into the swing round. 4-3. Koi back on the defense, and I think I'm going right back to that defensive look to that hat, just hoping that Joe Deceives doesn't fall off the map this go around. But nades are connecting on the bottom side of couches right up through the mid alley. And this is where if you allow 0-4 to be in this kind of position, it's only a matter of time before he takes more space away.
That's exactly what he wants. He's even going to go to where that nade just cleared out. Oh, and he's going to be sitting here just to watch for any defenders that try to rotate back through mid to hit this B cut. So all of this for FaZe hinges upon being able to find success on B to get the bomb planted so 0-4 can make a play. Getting a little impatient, he's going to maybe make a move, but no, this is all about, again, just can you get this defense to rotate back through mid to play the retake?
Yeah, you just want to back up Koi as much as you possibly can. But with time ticking, you don't really have another play on the horizon. You got to commit over towards B. Do Koi have a couple stuns or nades to make this not as easy? But 0-4, your job is to just keep them alive. CleanX is able to find the first blood. Now they're outnumbered.
Yeah, Boost is able to find one. Timing of the flank was trying to come through because 0-4 had to make a play, but thanks to that elimination on the site, Joe Deceives could be afforded the luxury of looking for that flank, finds the elimination, and now Koi have the site. But do they have the vacancy to defuse? Still looking. They get a look at Abuza, but they have no idea where Draza is. So now you've reclaimed the backside of the site. Insight finds Draza, now you can stick. Abuza has to go. Mammoth finds the first, has to get up to deal with the second. Joe hops off, and that's enough for him to find the kill and allow Real to defuse.
Yeah, and that's right there. It's just a little bit too antsy out of 0-4. You got to know who you're going up against. These guys understand play styles. As soon as that bomb goes down, okay, it wasn't 0-4 who got the objective down, and we found the first one. Let me just make sure I'm paying attention to my flank a little bit longer. You're able to spot him. Abuza wins that one-on-one. But then at this point, actually, Abuza doesn't win that one-on-one. He's left in a 1v2 and stands no chance there. I thought Draza was their safety net. But once he's picked off, you already gained the information onto Abuza. Someone instantly hopped that defuse. And I love the play right there to Joe. Because my teammate was a little bit out of the play. Let me just hop off the site, can finish this kill, and then allow my teammate to hop the defuse. Tie game now.
That was a tense round and one that should be remembered because it really just comes down to where that first blood happened and forcing 0-4 to make a play. Snipe out for CleanX, not gonna land. So he'll back up and take his attention to B, where 0-4 has stepped up a little bit more than we've normally seen from this FaZe defense. Real cooking a nade, doesn't quite land, doesn't quite matter. And in the meantime, CleanX does connect onto 0-4 up close and personal, so now you can swing the bomb if you wanted to be for free. Real, though, will be found isolated. Insight following up, it's got the lineup. And how about that for Toronto?
I told you, you let Real get underneath you, especially at your top window. It's just a lot easier of a gunfight there for an SMG than an AR or a sniper in hand, but Real really wasn't the reason why they won that match. I wish we could get the kill cam right there from CleanX, because it was so up close and personal. I think he quick scoped the living hell out of him with a headshot. So a big kill there from CleanX on the opposite side of the map leads to a very quick round there for Koi. Trying to take a 2-0 lead in this series, just one round away.
How dramatically things have swung in the last couple. So now it rests to the shoulders of FaZe's offense. 3-1 split. 0-4 just tossing a nade towards B. Now he's going to go join the rest of his forces, but Joe Deceives plays forward, but it doesn't make a difference. Simp is able to collat for 2, and with that read, FaZe can back off and play the 3v2, knowing the defense was heavy-handed at A.
Oh, but this is going to be the mind games play. You still have Simp, the bomb carrier, keeping his space over towards that A site. If you are core, you're thinking, all right, they're probably going to wrap it to the opposite side, especially because we were the aggressors over towards rooftops. But now bomb edging his way over towards this A site for free.
Bomb will be planted. Insight looking for something at range. Finds Abuza and finishes him. Now it's 2v2. FaZe may look to exit this post plant towards Dragon, and guess who's there waiting? It's CleanX, but he gets overwhelmed. Just down to Insight. 1v2 situation. Oh, no 4 seen him. He can get away. Everything resets. Pistol out. Nice shots from Insight on 4 in a row. Tries to go to the reload. Doesn't expect Simpy playing the opposite angle, and FaZe will get us to a round 11.
This is a perfect blind counter there out of FaZe. Like, Cole, you saw their play call. We're going to take A away from them and work that late pinch, but as we take a look at it again, it's Simp locating the final 1v1 to close out the round, but pretty sure he was able to locate 3 on this round. The trade onto Real, the wall bang onto Joe while he was weak, and then the finishing touches. They're onto Insight to force this round 11.
So critical right here for FaZe to try to get this back to level footing heading into the overload. They'll be on offense again. Similar look again. This is them just saying they're not going to run that same defense, so let's just keep the same play in our playbook and try to execute it on the way that it was designed. 04 throws that same nade at B. Toronto's defense now just playing on top of the site. Do they expect that Real is going to be sitting on top of the bomb? He's still staying covered. Trophy system is down. This is all about can Real confirm a kill, but no, Simp finds him first, and now a plant could happen.
Try to get the bomb down or just play it patient. His nades are about to reign supreme for Core. You have back plat covered, but Insight's a bad COD timing. He realizes the bomb is getting down. You can't do anything about it. 4v3 on the retake.
And the trophy's gonna be so hard for Toronto to work through. Nade tagging that back Pladio. Toronto with the response elimination gets us to a 3v3. They'll take a moment of pause. There's the double chow, though. Draza comes away with 2, and how about all 3? Line them up, knock them down. After a 3-0 start, FaZe, the team that has to get it to around 11, and in back-to-back offenses, they provide to win.
And it was back-to-back offenses as the aggressors over towards that A site. Punch coin in the mouth with the blind counter in round 10, but then catch them off guard in the round 11. I thought they played it beautifully on a defensive look. Just basically baiting, switching, allowing Real to stay on towards that site, but Simp is not going to get caught off guard. You know someone has to be in the vicinity. You find that first blood. You don't rush the objective. Eventually, when you fear that the space is cleared on out, then you get it down, but you take away that plat control without a single player from Koi watching you cross on that side. Vegas continue to shine in this mode, ice in their veins to the very end. And Simp and Draza were that dynamic duo who took over here in game 2.
11-5 with 4 bomb plants. Sheesh. Insane stuff. And this battle for what feels like will determine maybe a top 3 team right now in the early stages of this 2026 season. Has us going into an exposure overlord at just about as level as you could possibly imagine. 231, 250, and then around 11 for FaZe has us looking at that map number 3. Whoa, don't go anywhere. I know it's like we're wrapping up the year, but we're doing it with a bow, some glitter, some ribbon, other things that you might find underneath the Christmas tree in a couple of days. But for now, it's Christmas come early. Toronto and Vegas continue when we come back.
Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it. Oh, it looks one way! Envoy's on the other! The magic man continues! Envoy gets 2! Scrap gets another! It's all on Nasty 1v3! I promise you, he's in that corner. It's his corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads.
Backwards.
Two in the mix. The Hero's gonna get
Go! Go!
Send it. Go.
Holy shit!
I mean,
Oh, hold on. They're actually
Big
making
win.
plays.
Wait, there's only one guy.
Wait,
Wait, they got it.
Get it, bro. What?
Oh, what the f?
What are they doing?
What the heck is Carolina doing?
Bro.
He's in there, Solar.
I went left. Oh, just pinch left.
Yeah, there's one deep back.
Renko did one deep left. Super dead. Nice, 3 I'll try.
Yeah, Charlie, you're nice.
Go.
Go.
For the game.
Boom.
Holy
yeah. What exposure.
8-0.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back. Call of Duty League hot and heavy here on Sunday, but how about challengers this year? There has never been more buzz about challengers. Of course, the Bush Gaming guys have brought a lot of attention, but shout out to the Optic boys with what they're doing with Huntsman. 2 different Falcons Academy teams. Amid Brooklyn still in the mix. I mean, we've got eyes and attention with some major orgs, and that is just Challengers Cup number 2. Imagine what it's going to look like in January when we get to the first elite. 32 teams going to try to qualify initially, and then the action just gets hot and heavy from there. But I mean, we're talking these Falcons teams, QK and Roxas back in the mix, Asim and Manny on that squad, Arsenes, King Abadi, Paul X, and Priesta, the other team, Brackfellow, Nate, Aluka from the Submit Brooklyn squad. There's a lot of attention on Aluka right now, dude. I mean, there's just so many new names, and I imagine we're going to see some of them showing up in the league here not too far away.
Oh yeah, I think this might be like the biggest season potentially for Challengers players to have their opportunity to work into the pros. Just because, like, obviously we got an extra elite. There's a lot of former pro players who are in Challengers now with all the new faces that we have in the pro league. But dude, Challengers is going to be lit. So make sure you guys get a chance to tune in. Like Alan said, on January 7th, the first elite starts where all these amateurs are laying it all out on the line. But back to the main stage we go. Series is tied up at 1. We just had a grueler of a round 11 search and destroy. And now I'm really curious of what Vegas are going to do here versus Koi on Overload.
Yeah, I'm here for that, my man. I mean, it just hit me. We're going to have 7 full days worth of coverage and competitive Call of Duty between College on Monday, Tuesday, Challengers Wednesday, Thursday. Come on, we're thriving. We're all eating right now. Speaking of eating, Toronto. 4 for 1, the opening exchange with already Kleenex creating space over at A. Nades over the top, you'd think would only be able to do so much. They take care of Kleenex, but Real can still score in the opening moments.
Oh, that's good plays right there from Koi. You dominate the mid-map control, you get 3 for 1 in the trade fights, and you already have players like Kleenex taking a lot of space over towards dirt. So the first score uncontested in the first 45. Now off the reset over towards that solar area. You're not in the position to even contest this now if you are Vegas. Everyone coming off the respawn. Koi already in your spawn, and that's another 3 dead in the feed with the second score going in.
This is disgusting. We saw, like, in that CDL TV clip on the break, Toronto being like 8-0. This is too easy. Already off to the races and not slowing down. Finally, Joe's gets put to bed, but look at the play forward. Already off the next respawn of the device, looking towards A. Real in a corner, shutting down Draza, who was just completely unaware of that play. Stun comes through. Real shakes it off, finds elimination, and we're looking at 3 easy scores right now for Toronto.
Yeah, just run it. Just absolutely run it. 3 scores in a minute and a half. Koi right now is just a different beast in this new game mode for the season, as they have just been beating the hell out of FaZe early into this round, but finally an opportunity that they were looking for. 2 kill goes their way. You have pressure in their spawn. You just got to get past Mr. Cold Defender and Joe Deceives. You do that and you put one on the board.
Yeah, just barely. 0-4, low on health, but able to get it over the finish line. Now a counterattack opportunity for Toronto. Nice shots from inside, clears off the solar panels. Device spawns right in front of the tank. Simp in the corner. Doesn't fully get clear, but Insight comes back to the battle, and then has a little bit more to say to 0-4. faze still able to find a couple eliminations, so that'll get him over to control this position as Kleenex has to fight for his life. Little pogo spin off the wall. Almost for 3. Joe for the trade, though, has Toronto right back in the mix.
All you're doing is not allowing Vegas to get a majority of the kills in the feed. You keep on trading effectively, you're going to stand a pretty good chance of closing this one out. Now with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, still feels like there's a lot of time in this round. Vegas have an opportunity now to put another one on the board. You find the initial 2 kills. You just got to get past Jamie inside. He lines up a double. Push gets shut down.
How good has Insight been in these opening 2 weekends? Nate over towards Tank, not quite going to land. faze still holding on to some good map control in front of the panels, but the device will reset right back over towards this P2 position. Insight able to still clear a corner, set up his teammates to possibly do the rest of the damage, but no. Abuza, Draza keep things level, and it's actually going to be Draza who picks up the device here, waiting for help still, as this will be a faze back up to mid.
Yeah, you don't want to continue to have this standoff with Koi when they're getting those co-spawns over towards B, so let's try to hit a route through the middle of the map to keep them on their toes. You're going back and forth. Now you have Sim trying to create a layer over towards Solar. He's able to line up a double. Now this is where you hit the go button. Let's try to add another one to the board.
Have Joe able to get some damage in. Insight stepping forward with a pistol, but it's Abuza up top. Real for 1, but not the second. No one else there to defend in time, and it's going to be all of a sudden a 1-score game after a fast and furious 3 scores for Toronto. We have 60 seconds to play in the first half, and faze are just down 1.
And now it's all about the mid-map control, and right now faze are dominating it. 3 in the feed, go down. You just want to value your life if you are Real. Don't allow them to touch the EMP. You stall out enough time to allow your teammates to not get back into the play. So 50 seconds to go. You're fighting for the map control. Only 1 player here to try to at least contest you in Abuza. He just needs to value his life, but he gets caught.
A rare moment of quiet here on Exposure. Insight back onto another 3-piece and looking for space behind the faze setup. He's moved the spawns, but Simps double from the front. Has Toronto reeling just a touch. Now it's on to Insight, and with a sub in hand, he's not able to find the long-range shots to Draza. If you can hold it on for another 17 seconds, Toronto will get another 30 to play with here in this first half. Trade over the middle of the map. Real able to find Abuza. Numbers now for Koi, but a little shoulder. I believe he knows that Draza's on this angle on the staircase, and you're waiting for a little bit of help at mid-map, but it doesn't come, and now it's just down to Joe. Has the ability to wait just a touch longer, but is going to have to likely do a lot of this himself, and the first pistol shot's not quite clean enough. We'll exit the half 3-2.
Hey, it started off really bad there for Vegas. And the fact that they were able to put up 2 on the board there with such a phenomenal start for Koi, just keep themselves into the mix. They scored 3 goals in the first minute and 30. And then the final 3 minutes and 30 seconds, they weren't able to get anything done, and Vegas keep themselves into the mix. It was all about just that battle for mid-map. Once you started to find kills in sync, you're able to take some space away. But there was a lot of opportunities here for Koi to give up more points, but they just had a lot of clutch gunfights from certain individuals there. They take the early round advantage, at least going into the second half, but Vegas definitely show, oh yeah, we've been putting in work in this game mode too.
Yeah, and just good composure to just reset, slow the game down, get yourself into a possible, not just tie game, but just a way to fight back in the map overall. Another good break off for Toronto, and it's getting better as they continue to find kills behind the faze setup. 04 stops at least 1 more member from getting deep. Kleenex thinking about following through mid, but pushed back, and Toronto have to take a moment's breath.
Yeah, just want to find an opening kill. Kleenex works his way to flank through this window. The trade is there, but can he find kill number 2? No, he cannot, and now that's 3 dead in the feed. Ball is out of play now for Joe, so you're going to instantly try to work over towards A. Everyone on the opposite side, besides Joe, needs to iron up.
Yeah, but Abuza realizes this is a very dangerous spot to try to play with the EMP through, and that's why. Just so many angles off spawn that Toronto can use to stop. Nice pistol shots from Simp, looking for more, but denied. Opportunity maybe for 04 to come behind this double from Draza, but Kleenex finds the key first, and Toronto can still try to defend this from ring. Draza trying to take that position away, finds the opener, shot down low, but Abuza keeps him safe. 3 in a row for Draza, give him 4. Now an opportunity is to swing this back over to B. Kleenex almost ripped off the heady, but there's still a blocker in front of this, and we've got tie game.
That's perfectly played there from Vegas. Draza just valuing his life at top ring, finding kill after kill, and then eventually your teammates join in on the party while they're taking space over at that solo area. So all tied up at 3. You still have map control in favor of FaZe. Now you got to slow down the game after losing a Booza. Just got to protect the EMP as long as you possibly can, but Real sniffs out 04.
Oh, what a nade over the top right there from Draza. You were calling it. You could definitely tell by the tone that you're thinking Toronto's got a chance to really take some space, but Draza stops it down. In sight, 1v1, able to find a Booza. Not quite able to get the second initially, but help is here as we led over to a Koi listen in as they try to score.
Oh, wait. Oh, I fucked my name. There's one there. I have yo, deep left, there's two. Oh, there's two deep left. Okay.
They're really weak. There's three. They're gonna hit up. All right. I'll get.
I need it.
Help take Abuza. Dead. Nice. They wrapping.
Yeah, on the ring, Sim. There's two low ring. Yeah, the ball is low right. I think they're going right. Stop ring the right, guys.
Just cut it. Just cut the ball. Fuck it. Set up.
Yeah. One more ult. Yo, there's a long weak. Gone or blink out. Gone. Dead. Nah, that's
They're gonna be close again.
Wait a minute.
Elbow Joe, weak, close left.
Elbow, I need there's something.
Yeah, he's gonna reach. Nice, good shot.
Yeah, one still. Nice. Elbow dead. Recon. One more top. No, elbow 4. Keep making the corner. Elbow. Top 3.
Freeze, got me.
Okay.
He just
right side top window.
Right side, Joe. Weak. Absolutely.
Deep. We can be calling together.
Absolutely.
I've got chase.
Could go con, guys. Careful.
My back house. I'm gonna go middle. Blue cut.
Bad time.
What's your reset?
One back house.
Reset's low right.
Yeah, I'm gonna push out the right, okay? Before back house.
One behind me in com.
I have con out here.
I'll push out the right.
Could pinch my P4.
On left side.
I think he's flying the left, right? Yo, deep right, I'll push out. Absolute dead.
Nice. I'm trying to hold him.
Stop. I've killed. Give me a sec, I think. There's one more deep right of me.
Enough. Con now. Out front house dead.
Give me a sec.
Behind me, blue cut. Last guy.
Yo, deep right.
Swan mid.
Back right.
Their side long guy. Careful.
Weak. I'm absolute.
We're looking for Sim in mid.
I'll be mid.
Oh, what's that? There's one deep left.
I have blue cut. It could be longer.
One back.
Our front ring, guys.
B3.
Another great moment there, though, Jay. You get 4 down, you think they're going to score, it gets pushed back against you. Toronto just kind of take a page out of FaZe's book, slow the game down, clear the angles you need to, and now we're tied again with 70 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and it's only a minute left until sudden death, so you want to try to add one more to the tally if you're either one of the squad to just avoid that situation, and this might be Koi's opportunity to do so. Kleenex already taking a lot of space, finds the opening. Abuza and Sim combined for 2, but the pistol from Real wins the one-on-one. Koi have the advantage. 50 seconds left to go, and the new EMP spawn is over towards Tank, and there's only one player from FaZe here to contest.
And Real's just going to call straight into the Hellstorm. Can he pause the game long enough to put a ton of pressure onto FaZe with the clock starting to dwindle? There's the Semtex of the Hellstorm. Finds 04 for the first. The main missile hits a Booza. 30 seconds left. Jodeci is going to pick up the EMP to try to play keep away, but there's elimination in the field for Draza. Stunned to inside. Now he's in some trouble trying to lock down the corner. Shut down again. Draza's still alive and kicking, and FaZe have to try to grab this and go with any sort of measure, and they very well may find a way to hit this hard. Kleenex from behind. Inside and Jodeci is from the front. Last chance as a Booza drops, and that will likely do it as there's just nobody from FaZe close enough. What a map of overload, but Toronto is going to break this tie break with a flex map 3 win.
Man, that was blow for blow. And if you are Koi, you were happy that you were tested that way and were able to come out on top in those final moments. They were looking for the key opportunities. When they got the 4 dead and instantly trying to send it over towards B, FaZe shut it down. But then you play it patient. You allow Real to come off spawn, run right past the EMP over towards her, take that space away for you to tie the game. But then at the very end for that final score, you just take all of mid-map away. You had the space to work over towards B. Kleenex finds the opening, and then Real, even with the pistol, wins a one-on-one gunfight to give Toronto the advantage in those final 40 seconds. They were able to hold them off. FaZe gave it one last chance there. If Draza would have found a 3-piece, that could have potentially been the opening, but just Ultra, I keep saying Ultra. Koi had so many different angles there, and just prepared for the crossfires. They shut them down for the final push, and now they're up 2-1 in the series.
It's going to be so hard. 3 of the 4 players returning. It's literally the same thing as when we had Seattle move to Vancouver. We called them Seattle for like half the year. Oh, but what a map of overload. It just continues to be a map and mode combination that provides drama. And initially you're looking at this like, oh, mercy. Like another 3-0 start for Toronto. Looks like they're going to have the fastest half that we've seen in Overload with a quick 4-0 start, but FaZe slow down the game, get themselves into a condition to where they can not just try to even the score, but even take the lead halfway through the second half, the third quarter, if you will. And it forces Toronto to have to make a last-second adjustment, turning down their speed to play for map control. And it's just really good awareness from both sides right now. I mean, it really has been fun to watch these two top teams battle it out.
Yeah, and I've been really enjoying just Overload in the mix so far throughout Black Ops 7. There's never a dull moment in this game mode. It could sometimes be where if you're just getting blown out, obviously you can no longer win. It's mathematically impossible. But when you got two of the best teams in the game playing that mode, going blow for blow, score for score, yeah, it's non-stop action and it keeps you on your toes. And now if you are Koi up 2-1 in the series, you're feeling confident as ever, because when I went back and looked, pretty sure out of the first two series here for FaZe, they have auto-vetoed Colossus multiple times. Obviously, it's going to be early into the season. You got an extra week of practice underneath your belt. But this is one of those maps where if you're Koi, oh yeah, we got Kleenex who runs a flex. He can also run a third SMG. Oh, you're feeling super confident to close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, especially just off of yesterday's performance where Toronto just beat the snot out of Vancouver on this map.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just shoving it down their throats the entire time. Rotation, hard point breaks, not that they were really needed. It's just Toronto looked incredible on this map, and I would be afraid to watch them play. But to be fair, that was also in the face of Vancouver, who is definitely behind, to put it nicely right now. For FaZe, though, I think it's still the question. Like you mentioned, I'm glad you brought up the point. They've pretty much hard vetoed this map out every single time that they've played in any series to this time in the early season. But have you been able to not just find good playmaking on this map, but just in the mode overall? Like, this is still a team that has yet to win a hard point. Do you really think it could come here on Colossus versus Toronto?
Hey, maybe, right? They haven't tried it yet, so it potentially might be their first victory for hardpoint this season. The ARs have been what they have been playing for, at least the maps in hardpoint. They've been trying to get their ARs flowing, especially with Simp running that third, but now we're just going to throw something else into the mix. We need to get players like 04 and Simp activated. If we could just thrive through the chaos. And you're probably thinking, if you're Simp, like, that's what I used to do with my old FaZe lineup. This is maps we would used to really enjoy if we could have got Colossus with the BZ and Celium, because you had the raw talent to do it. But now we just got to throw something different in with this lineup. We need to get 04 activated, and I think a map like Colossus can definitely allow him to be the playmaker and just catch timings with that SMG.
Yeah, on the other side of this, talking about FaZe playing maps that really are designed to pull out a third AR or at least get Draza and Abuza comfortable, now there's going to be a pretty immediate look to see what tempo Draza and Abuza are able to play at. Needing to get involved, you would think, more regularly, as this is, again, just a complete mix fest. So, questions here for FaZe. Definitely feels like a map that should lean towards Toronto, but again, it's early. And we'll see if consistency is built into the recipe of what Koi can put on this map. Here we go. It's going to be Toronto on the right side of the minimap. FaZe from the left in the pink. Opening nade lands. FaZe trying to play for time on the hill, but shut down. And Toronto will be able to get a good read on where FaZe's remaining players are set up at.
Yeah, they'd lose the initial fights in towards the time, but at least for now, you have statue control. Draza and Abuza able to stay alive on this side of the map to give your team another chance. Now only 30 seconds here remaining at the P1. You already have players like 04 working on the pinch. Has a one-on-one gunfight there secured versus Kleenex. You're starting to think about that rotation, starting to think about what you can do on that side of the map and just being the aggressors. Almost leads to them finding that kill onto Real, but they should have the numbers to secure these spawns.
Yeah, and that's just another early look that Draza comes off spawn with the Dravik in hand, so keep that in the back of your mind. Kleenex, nice shots, able to find himself on 3 in a row and creating a ton of space around P2 just before it opens. 25 playing up against 9, advantage on the scoreboard to FaZe, but huge setup advantage here for Toronto over towards 2 as Insight still finds the last shot needed to convert onto 04.
No, that's a big kill on 04, because if 04 pops that double, you're instantly spawning out, and then FaZe have an opportunity to chain it from P1 to P2, but they still might give themselves that opportunity as they find 3 kills through the front side. Real's just trying to stall time for your teammates off the back spawn to get back into the play, but nade stuns everything connecting. Vegas clean up house, a clean 4 dead, spawns flip, the break is good.
Yeah, and 04 has been all over the map right now. You saw him on that rotation attempt on the overextension behind the hill. Now he finds his way through the front at 8 and 4. So it will be a phase lead, reaffirmed by this scrap time. Simp now in the corner, his turn just up and over, up and up, and now it's Abuza to finish off the damage that was there. Great final hold from FaZe over the 50-point threshold and already putting 0-4 on rotation to new.
Yeah, he's just playing the cutoff. Already finds 2, looking for kill number 3, but does not locate where inside is, but just creating that opening now for your teammates to win the rotation freely over towards P3. Everyone's just got to iron up and watch in front of you because nades and stuns, everything is being felt right now on the side of Draza. But this time 0-4 whips out the AR, hill-specific gun, and he's just keeping the cover fire going.
Yeah, Draza tries to follow up to clear out mid-map. His teammates will pass the baton and convert the elimination, leading to FaZe. Now up about 50 points. Toronto still largely trying to force this from the front. Nades are landing, but there's no ability to really influence the players on the hill. Toronto instead going to try to split by playing through tunnel. 0-4 is reading it, deals with the first, no problem. Simp comes back to help, and that's 3 dead. No chance for Toronto to get really any time at all here on 3.
Not at all, but at least for now, you still have the spawns that you want for P4. You just got to take care of Chris Slayer, and you do it quickly. So spawn secured now for P4. You find yourself down by 70. You need a good chunk of time to get yourself back into the mix. And you need to read the pressure from the front side because 0-4, AR, pistol, SMG, doesn't matter. He's popping off. 15 and 7. Breaks right through the front door. Spawns flip. Vegas in the driver's seat.
What a play from 0-4. And now Simp again behind that initiation can get involved, and now he's on 3 in a row, 12 and 6, able to get 13 before dropping. 0-4 back in the picture, but Kleenex gets the double. Insight clears off the last member inside the hill for now, but an aid keeps FaZe in the picture with the close spawns, and they battle back nicely. 25 seconds of scrap to fight for, and FaZe will have the clean feed as they move up the map.
And if you call, you just can't get any breathing room. When you're thinking, all right, we can find a break here, Vegas definitely have worked on this map over the week because their setups are basically unbreakable, almost up basically by 120 points after our first set, and 0-4 is on fire, baby. 128 to 26. We go back over towards P1 and FaZe are ready.
What a first rotation from FaZe. Draza, trophy system trying to keep him safe. Pops up for the first, looks for inside down low, clean shots. And now back up to the hard point, has Kleenex on the mantle from the wall bounce, and FaZe can do no wrong. 14 and 10, 18 and 9, 13 and 9, 14 and 11, everyone popping off right now for FaZe.
They're just controlling all of the chaos, man. They are firing on all cylinders. Everyone is popping pieces. Simp, your turn to get in on the festivities. Almost tries to line up with the ball bounce for kill number 4, but Vegas continue to run up the score, and I don't think Koi have got a point since P3.
I don't think they have it. If they got one at P3, it was like 1 point. Okay. They're going to get most of this back 13, but you need to win this P2 if you want to even have a whisper of a chance at coming back into this map. Kleenex, no, not able to find the second. Joe Deceives knows he's got a player low and is going to wait to try to capitalize on that position. Not going to happen, though. Abuza too ready for it, and look how quickly FaZe are through mid to re-hit this again. Ones will be blocked. Moving it out is Toronto. Insight has to go huge in the back if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, he's got to pop a miracle. Give me a double. Give me a triple. Only able to find 2, and still the spawn's in favor of Vegas. You have control of the HP. The players all spawn and picking up the right angles, and Kleenex and Joe still trying to contest this because you don't want to get 50-point club potentially. But Vegas are destroying them on Colossus. 25 seconds remaining here at the P2. Toronto are forced to play for it.
Are we kidding? I mean,
dude,
why was this map vetoed for Vegas? Holy cow. 13 and 23 for Inside, 11 and 20 for Joe. I mean, it doesn't matter. Toronto just can get nothing going. Even when they have this setup, they just cannot outslay FaZe on this map. And Simp is just getting all of the reads. Oh, mercy. This has been brutal. 186 to 53, and P3 just opened. FaZe have so much space to work with.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, what's the communication right now on the side of Koi? Like, all right, guys, let's just chalk it up. Let's rotate. But at this point of the game, they're just thinking, all All right, yeah, we just got to chalk this one up. We're going to a game 5. There's nothing that we can do about it. They simply are outclassing us, not losing any gunfights, not being broken on their setups. They're creating way too much space when they win the rotation over towards new. They breached the 200-point mark, and Koi just trying to avoid getting a 100-point club.
This is not what I had on my bingo card, Jay.
Hell no.
Draza with the pistol, finally. Toronto will break through P3, but congratulations. Enjoy your 8 seconds, and we'll meet you at P4. It has been perfect for FaZe. It really, really has been. When called upon to break, they do it in their first attempt. When they get their setups, they are having every read down pat. Oh, wow. Wow.
Just doesn't surprise me at this point, Al. Everything's just going right for them. Even double nade out of the Semtex out of 04. They clear out the back spawns. FaZe only need 20 seconds to force map number 5. And if you're Koi, yeah, let's just try to all break through front.
Yeah. Just the old square peg and round hole strategy. Just force it, see if it happens. There will be a break from the front, but it feels a little bit too far gone at this point. And Abuza is still ripping heads. I mean, this is a statement from FaZe. They didn't want to just rotate and win the game at new. They're like, we know we're beating your brakes off right now. That's easy enough. Holy cow. I bet there are some smiles for the FaZe fans. Maybe none bigger than Solutely, the boss. Got to be loving that one as FaZe feeling confident now, resetting into a map 5 affair.
Yeah, I don't even got no notes from that one, Al. You win every rotation, you're winning every gunfight. Like, that was just way too easy there for FaZe. If you're Koi, you're completely stunned. This is a map that you find yourself 2-0 going into this series on. You're thinking, all right, we got players like Joe DeSees, we got Real, we got Kleenex, we can go back and forth between the AR and the sub. But we only get about 60 points here versus FaZe, who haven't won a hard point so far throughout the first 2 weeks until now. That was just a brutal beatdown. Take a look at the stats. No one doing anything on the side of Koi, and everyone on the side of Vegas putting their 25% in. It's just easy. Easy when the game's like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Pick a stat line and love it if you're a FaZe fan, because yep, you're building Walmarts. You're building wow. Not at all, I think, what we would have expected in this series. We framed it up as being a tight one. We looked at especially the most recent affair, Toronto and Vancouver, and said these guys look nuts on Colossus, and FaZe say, hold my eggnog. Scar, Search and Destroy, map number 5, coming up next. Any quick thoughts before we go to break, Jay?
This is gonna be a grueler, man. Whoever gets first blood is gonna win it.
You know, some days the analysis comes easy for my guy. I love it. I love it. Both teams have shown some fight on this map. Toronto, round 11 loss. Vegas have played it twice and split the difference. We're going to go to break, come back for our final map of 2025. Weird to say, but we're going to be back with it right after this.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Wait,
he's top 3.
Who are you looking for?
Oh my god, Antoine. It's good.
No, you're good. It's like, you just run him on the way out.
Bro, I'm like, yo, he's going front edge. He has to. No, he's going top 3.
This is the funniest.
Hey, we won. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we won. Good. But like, rid of somebody.
That might be it, folks. That is all she wrote. Heretics, 3-0 on Control.
Unbelievable stuff. Again, these guys on this map were lost for so long. The improvements they made, never mind, the map is going on 0.0. Vehicle didn't know either. Heretics started celebrating, and there's still game to be played.
There's 2 segments gone. Wow, what's happening? It's not over yet.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nobu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Concaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
They're in the corner together.
Elimination
gets double iron though. This could work.
Yeah!
GG.
Comes away.
Look at draw. Oh, it's gonna get hype.
Damn, Benjay getting cooked, brother. He's getting roasted more than chestnuts on an open fire. Golly, Zilla, you still got to run the flank after dark with that guy. You really want to set up that energy? Woof. Jay, we got map 5. Round 11, we hope, but we never know. All I can say is this is going to be a banger. It just feels like both these two teams so evenly matched, and I think we took a lot away from what happened on the Den earlier.
Yeah, definitely taking a lot away of what happened in the Den, because when I went back and looked at the numbers, I was jaw-dropped the fact that Koi lost it the way that they did. They found 8 first bloods in game 2, but lost 6-5, compared to FaZe, who obviously found 3, and were able to clutch them in a lot of these rounds in a man-down situation. The only difference is that's on Den. This is on Scar. We know if you get first blooded on this map, it's very difficult to get objectives down. It's very difficult to hold your defensive setups, especially if you get picked off. So this is going to be about just slowing down the game as much as you possibly can. Neither team wants to get away with all those ratty plays or get caught slipping by making some mistakes. This is just an absolute square up. Who's better than the other?
Yeah, and that stat line right there from Simp, what you don't see on there is the 4 plants that came with the massive amounts of eliminations he was able to find. So we'll see how things unfold here as Simp will just be the one kind of watching for what a lot of teams have preferred is this kind of double opening defensive setup over towards plane. Shut down that B play early, use your nades to stop anything over towards A, and these set nades towards plane are going to tag but not find opening first blood. FaZe will have to back off and reset.
Yeah, Draza knocked down to 24 HP, and now this is where 0-4 can start to make plays. You at least read 2 players on that side of the map, but you're trying to take space away from A. Thankfully, 0-4 is able to get out of dodge for now. Probably get a couple stuns and nades to get invested on the side of Core before you actually work this objective.
Yeah, but the big thing there is Toronto shrug off the potential for a smoke plant. So Simp is just going to belly crawl his way to top motel and see if he can find Insight. Real bouncing back and forth. Insight not initially seen, but Simp's shots were clean, just not quite clean enough. Insight survives, and the bomb will be planted for a 4v4.
You can already see on your minimap players like Draza, Mr. S&D hitting the long route. Just needs his teammates to stall time, but that's why you got a Simp who strikes first. Now it's Draza time to make it happen, and now it's a 1v4 Oleth up to Joe. That's just textbook right there out of FaZe. You force them, you force their hand. You throw the smoke to force them to change the defensive look, to force them to throw stuns and nades, to not have a clean retake opportunity. But then once you clear out all that space, the smoke disappears. You allow Simp to crawl his way through top motel just to put himself in that positioning towards top painting before 0-4 thinks about that objective. Once that goes down, gets the bomb down, gets the first blood, Draza hits the flank. Just well executed play call right there out of FaZe.
Yeah, beautiful. just mid-round adaptations showcased at a high level right there, because it did feel like that was supposed to be smoke cover for a plant, but you take Insight off those top stairs, no one else for Toronto will really contest once the smoke fades. So let's see what Toronto have to offer for their opening offense. Defensive nades right towards the satellite dish. Riel inside shops, catches 0-4. I think trying to toss a stun or something and doesn't quite land. Kleenex at mid also wins a long range battle onto Simp, and Toronto can now just reform with a 4v2.
And this is where Kleenex can get lost behind enemy lines. If you're thinking 4v2, the bomb's instantly going to work down towards A. And this is what creates the opening for Kleenex. And I love the way that Core are playing this. No one going to think about that objective until Kleenex finds himself in towards top green. I'm able to spot the first. Now it's a 1v4. We can get it down. Or not.
Or just do that. That's fine too.
Yeah.
Okay. Statement, response from Toronto. Can they follow it up with a defense of their own now? I'll be interested to see what FaZe wants to do offensively. I mean, when you see teams like have preset plays for smoke hits over towards Motel like that, you wonder how much they're going to go to that. And is there any, diversity built into the playbook of how you get any focus or pull to get the defense to consider B a little bit more?
Might be a sniper.
Could be.
That might be your go-to. We saw Beans so far on this map hit that wall bounce on the backside of Broken Plane and just gain all that information on that side of the map to keep them at bay. At least for now, Vegas is still going to take the slow and steady approach over towards A, force a couple attacks to be invested, see if they can get some kind of information, but Koi aren't budging.
Nade over to Insight, not going to fully land. Riel still working with them. Trophy system bounced off the top balcony to get at least some sort of denial of information in play. And yeah, just too many guns looking over to Riel, who's trying to slide back over to Shop, but gets punished for it. Simp taking an absolute world of hurt, but still surviving is key, as FaZe will just survive and get into a 4v3.
And now Abuza's working his way up through the middle of the map, finds the freebie there onto Insight, another 4v2, make it a 4v9, and Simp gets it done to close out that round with the double. It all starts by finding that first bullet onto Riel. Like you said, I don't know if he's trying to slide his way in towards Deli or in towards Yellow, but he just gets caught forcing himself to challenge not one, not two, but three players on the side of FaZe. And he just gets picked off early. And then that's what creates openings for Abuza to start to work that late flank, find kill number 2, and then just pick them apart one by one.
I don't know if we've really even seen anyone pull a sniper out off spawn yet from either team. We haven't seen any POVs of it yet. See if that ends up being a thing later on. As nades once again for FaZe come through. This time the defense going to step up aggressively at A. Stun for Joe Deceive is going to land. Does that nade connect for a kill? It sure does. Well placed as 0-4 will drop for first blood. And keep your eye on Kleenex. He's already through and behind the B site.
But the timing right here. Dross is able to get the information and force Kleenex to reposition and sets up Simp to find that trade. Usually know that Kleenex is going to hit that kind of movement, but just a heads up play there from Draza to pick up the pinch. Evens up the numbers. Now it's a 2v2. Abuza trying to stay alive, but he gets caught.
Yeah, I say Draza, that's a really big decision to bounce back over, but shot through mid-map. Decent, but not good enough. Toronto survived through what looked to be a near, I won't call it a breakdown, but just a dismissal of that rotation back to B. Draza with the heads up play to rotate back up to top broken. That's a key first 1v1, but yeah, there's the perspective that I think we were all waiting for. Riel through the smoke like a phantom.
And now that's a tie game, Al. Just using what is thrown at you to your advantage. Gaining the info. Okay, they're beating the aggressors on A. And we find the first blood. Oh, Kleenex, there's no way in hell someone's watching over towards that B site. So he takes space away, and even though Draza catches him, your teammates are still able to clutch up on that round. So all tied up, a battle of the first bloods, and it's all been on the offense.
I think FaZe are aware that this is a pretty heavy-handed approach through B, just based on where those nades exploded at. And maybe they got a couple of tags of their own. Riel in trouble, tries to self-smoke himself out. Not going to work. Yeah, great awareness there from FaZe. You see that, I believe it's Insight this time that, yeah, has the scope. And he's got to try to back off in this 2v3 to see if he can get some help from Kleenex, who's trying to get back over to be with him. But no, the chow from 04 comes too quickly, and Kleenex is now left alone in a 1v3. Sees one in the window. That's his tough gunfight. And FaZe quickly, with the read on what Toronto were doing, respond with a very, very convincing round.
Yeah, that's FaZe just take mid-map away. They work their way through Delhi. They isolate onto Real. And even though one player on the pinch does find a kill, once they find themselves in that 3v2, they said, wait, didn't Inside just take a shot with the snipe? Oh, yeah, let's try to isolate him in a 2v1 scenario. They find him without anyone dropping, force Kleenex to be in a 1v3. And still, it's all offenses here on Scar.
Yep. So what changes this time? FaZe tried to stack the box in front of Motel that last round. It was read beautifully by Toronto with their opening set nades. This time it looks like FaZe want to maybe try to play with a little bit more aggression over towards B. Kleenex with the scope out. Shut down. Clean shots from Sib. Team shots there with 04. And now FaZe can just kind of use that map position as a win and reinforce the A site.
Yeah, just a little bit of flinch right there doesn't allow Kleenex to potentially line up a collab. And team shots good enough for the first blood for FaZe on this side of the field. A minute left to go. Now in a man disadvantage, Koi have to bank on some nades connecting or someone making a play. And it's Inside working his way around plane area, but I'm pretty sure he was able to spot Sim.
May not make much of a difference. That's just very treacherous ground to try to navigate through. Oh, but he wins the gunfight off screen. Real has gotten some success moving forward, and Joe Deceives takes care of Draza. They also know Boots is up top. Real gets that elimination before falling, leaving it now to a 1v1. 04 versus Insight. 30 seconds, bomb down just outside A.
And Inside's got to get the objective down. 04 is just going to force his hand, force him to get the objective planted, so then he could try to retake it, but he's able to spot him on that cross. And Inside doesn't see him, but he sort of has his head on a swivel, knocked down to 1 HP. Now he just wants to plant it, and he can.
Just in the nick of time, 04 too far away to challenge this or the exit. What decision do you make to try to set this up? 04 Insight going to be to the middle of the map. I think 04 may have seen him. Insight not privy to the information, and 04 catches him off guard. FaZe take a huge swing round, stop the all-offensive affair, and we're going to be at a 4-2 count going into round 7.
It's a big play there from 04. The cojones on that young man to not even check one of the sites and allow the bomb plant to go down versus Jamie Insight, who historically is one of the most clutch players that we have in the mode. He's just more confident in his own ability. Spotting him on the cross leads to a freebie there at the mid-tank. The first defense secured there for FaZe off of the back of the first blood. 2-round lead now for Vegas.
Puts immediate pressure onto Toronto to put together something defensively here. Nades over the top for both sides. Neither team really finding much damage or maybe any information at all. Real maybe a bit undercover here at mid. Joe, Kleenex, Inside, all stacked up backside staircase. And yeah, this is a lot on what Real can find.
He's just watching that cross. But a stun is going to connect, so he's forced to now use that smoke to potentially get out of dodge, but he's not going to switch up his positioning. 35 seconds already gone. You spot one, work their way in towards Delhi. That sets up Real for the first blood.
Yeah, that's just mind games right there by Real that go his way. Over the top, nice shots from Joe. Abuza gets the trade. Real in some trouble, but has the numbers to still force the gunfight. Abuza, no, nothing there at mid-map. And yeah, just as soon as you call upon needing a defensive response for Toronto, they provide, and a lot of that is just sneaky action from Real.
Like you said, Real just plays it to perfection. You're probably expecting him not to play the same position, especially when you just first bulleted him in that same situation, but this time he just commits on his play. Stun connects, doesn't budge, watches the player cross in towards Delhi for the first blood, and then everyone else in sync after that wins their one-on-one gunfight. So now back into another swing round between these two teams. 4-3, the advantage for FaZe. Offense has been the answer. Can they have two back-to-back defenses to put them at game point?
Toronto going to wait out the FaZe defensive nades once again. 04 Gonna do the belly crawl, top motel, but he gets tagged in trouble, but still stays alive. But that setup from FaZe does not come through, and now it's on to Toronto to see what secondary play they have to try to get a read.
And Insight doesn't have a trophy systems to work with, but Draza on the other hand does. So still going to be holding down top motel staircase. You have every single cross being washed over towards A. And consistently the entire time, Abuza hasn't gave up on the pinch. 0-4 strikes for the first.
Oh, Insight had an opportunity. Sees two defenders on the backside of the motel stairs. Kleenex still watching over mid, but hasn't seen anything as of yet. He needs to go search some info out, and he will make that play. Sees 0-4. His shadow just gleaming through the doorways. Last shot lands. Now up top. Nice shots, but no Abuza. Bests him on the angle. Joe deceives. Next one up. AR in hand. Cannot get Simp, and it rests now with Insight for a 1v3. Knows he's got players all around this staircase. Doesn't have a lot of time. And the first gunfight doesn't go his way. FaZe a chance to make a major statement to close out the year.
It's back-to-back defenses there for FaZe. Great adjustments on their setup, and trophy systems definitely played a part. That a single attack was effective on the side of Koi there to potentially find an opening over towards that A site. They held strong in their setup. They found another first blood, which has been the story of this game. Whoever finds it has found the round win. And now FaZe just need one more to close this one out.
Locked in. Toronto trying to respond. Can they get it done on defense? Abuza, long range, trying to snipe. Finds one, misses the shot. Real in some trouble, though. Whoa, the team shots push Abuza back. And it allows Toronto to keep their defense forward on A. But look at the feel out from FaZe. They're already got 0-4 deep past the B site. Finds himself in some trouble. Will smoke himself back to safety. We'll play the map out from these positions.
Yeah, and this is basically a free B bomb plan. That's why you see Simp now quickly off the rotation over towards that site, because there's not a single angle that you can contest this from if you are Koi. It's just when you're waiting so long to get the objective down, eventually you're going to have to commit on it. Two players attacking through top green.
0-4, not expecting it. First blood goes through. The bomb hasn't even been attempted to be planted, but now it's stuck here. You have to fight off this position. And keep in mind, Abuza sniping. He is deep through mid. Draza trying to help out. Cannot keep Simp safe. And what a response for Toronto to re-clear out the positions, reclaim the bomb site, and now they've got Abuza headed for the hills, nowhere to go.
Beautifully played there from Koi. Like you show early face as the aggressors over towards A, you're able to withstand the shots there from Abuza to not allow that first blood to go down the opposite way. But then even when I was thinking, like, FaZe just took all the space away at the opposite site, they should be free to get this bomb down. But just 0-4 being spotted on the OE was all the information that Koi needed, because Simp completely out of the play, couldn't get the objective down fast enough. And then when they decide to hit the go button, they find that first blood onto 0-4 and instantly shut down that bomb plant. So Koi, stay alive, force round 10. Oh. Hey.
New York and Miami leaning back and watching. Stuns, nades over the top once again, ceremoniously so to the front side of A. This time neither really landing though. And instead of Real playing at mid, Kleenex will watch the flank from that position, and Real will see if they can catch a FaZe defender playing in shops. Seen on the cross though. How do you play this if you're Kleenex? How do you decide if you want to play for a plan if you're Joe? Lots of questions here for Toronto they need to try to figure out. Kleenex may have just seen the rear end of one. No, he can't finish the kill, but finally, first blood comes through.
Oh, and the flank is open. Kleenex is potentially going to get caught. Just some bad timing there, and better plays there from 0-4. 3v2, 40 seconds to go. You got this guy isolated on the backside of Motel, 2v2.
It might just come down to two different 1v1s. Joe still hanging, looking to see if he can catch that flank defender rotating back through mid. Look at Abuza. He knows that 0-4 can watch over the top at A. And Abuza could be the sole defender over towards B, but 0-4 is now in trouble. Abuza has to come back to this play. Toronto gonna stick for the plant. Abuza's not gonna get here in time, but can he find Joe on the exit? Insight doesn't expect it. First kill comes through. Joe finds the 1v1, but Abuza from the top. No problem to finish it off in FaZe. A huge series win to finish off the calendar year. Gonna best Toronto and see themselves rise up the early standings.
A little more icy in the big moments. Finally around where the first blood doesn't go to the team that found it. FaZe just made better plays. Kleenex strikes for the first kill. Instantly responded with the trade in towards Delhi, but then 0-4 being the aggressor on the pinch to give them the advantage. 0-4 just made big time plays the last two maps, man. Realizing what is being thrown at him. Okay, no one watching the pinch. All I have to do is just value my life in this scenario. And then even when he was spotted, doesn't commit on that first gunfight to put Abuza in a 1v2, de-escalates the situation, gets out of dodge, and allows Abuza to make the play before he turns it around. Just ice in their veins, man. You can always expect FaZe with players like, you know, Simp and Draza, with the new additions of 0-4 and Abuza. This is one hell of an S&D team, and they showed it there.
I'll say, wow, what a series. Well, ignore that map 4, I think, if you're looking for just a tight affair. You're loving it if you're a FaZe fan, but they come away with 2 search and destroys. It's been the story of this FaZe team thus far throughout the year. They've only lost 1, and it was around 10 early versus Thieves. Like, that's excusable. Like, I mean, wow, what a series. For Toronto, lots of things to reflect back on as you go into the long break, but for FaZe, they have a really difficult stage 1 schedule. I mean, to come out and have to play Thieves, Paris, Toronto before the break. When they come back, they get Optic, a Cloud9 team that was looking pretty menacing after the preseason events. Same for G2, and then they finally get a softball versus Vancouver, who's going to have 2.5, 3 months to get better. So it's a really tough schedule for FaZe, and to exit this first split of it, 2-1, unbelievable. You take that.
You definitely will take that. And S&D wins you championships. So far, that has been the reason why they find themselves victorious in 2 out of the 3 series. Now, with basically a month break, these guys are going to be in the lab to make sure they improve the results next year.
Wow. You could say it. Next year is now officially what we look forward to. And wow, what a little taste of what we get for Black Ops 7. That does it for Jay and I as we head back to the studio to wrap it up.
Thank you, Alan and Study. Happy holidays, gentlemen. And Alan, go plug your bulbs in, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because finally, I got one right when everyone else got it wrong.
Come on now.
Simp and FaZe clutch up in a game number 5. Rosalie, search and destroy. Are they the best in the league or just the most clutch? Because this is 2 double-digit S&D wins tonight.
No, absolutely. I think that 1-6-0 kind of solidified it for us here on the desk, but obviously this one as well. It's just clinical. It's like they just keep suffocating you slowly and slowly as you keep going deeper and deeper into this game 5. And even when Toronto Koi was trying to give them some new looks, we saw Kleenex trying to watch the back. They were trying to make some adjustments. It didn't matter. FaZe Vegas didn't give you any slight of anything. They didn't give you anything to work with, no info. They let you make the mistake first, and then they capitalize on it. And that is just so difficult to play again.
And multiple times in the green room, we screamed out, "Scum fight of the game." It's not Abuza's 1v3. It's not the clutches we saw. It's going to be a montage from game number 4. But speaking about Abuza in particular, is it the brain? Is it the aim? What is getting them dubs in search since adding Abuza and 0-4 to this lineup?
I think collective as a unit, like, they just understand how they want to play. I think one small thing is separating them, especially in the search and destroys. Their attack usage is better than everybody in the game. The stun checks, where to use your smokes, how to retake, like, everything is perfect. And you're talking about a FaZe team where this feels like a FaZe team of old. You're never going to sweep them in respawns, and they're going to lock down their search and destroys. So if you're FaZe and you're Simp, you're feeling really good about the roster constructions. And in terms of the power rankings, Allie, they got to be at number 2.
I was feeling down bad at the half, and then this game 4 hit. Let's take a look at your scum play of the game. Allie, you said they're just overwhelming them.
This was unbelievable. I mean, it's like they all hit flow state at the same time. This is what we were hoping to see when we saw this roster built. And honestly, I don't know if they were just keeping this in their back pocket by vetoing Colossus, but if I'm any team moving forward, I don't want to play this against them. This is an auto veto, and this is something FaZe has done beautifully in the last couple of years. It's just creating maps that you cannot put into a series because they're going to do things like this to you.
I thought really highly of Koi coming into this. I still do. I mean, that was a banger back and forth, but this was a statement to close out the year.
Yeah.
Koi struggling in hardpoint, or FaZe simply dominating Colossus, a map that we hadn't seen from them. A pocket pick came out in this series, and they made a statement. We talked to Abuza about it. Abuza, welcome to the Monster Winter Spotlight. First question for you guys. Why were you banning Colossus?
Yeah.
Was this just a lie that you guys doubled and tripled down on, or did you fix something?
No, I mean, we definitely fixed some stuff. Like, we we are getting better. We are watching VOD. We need to figure out what's going on, what we need to do exactly. And we did a good job in practice on Colossus, so that's why we fried them.
Worked out.
Abuza, you were playing so well in this series, and to kick things off in the first one, the AR duo, you guys didn't start off so hot, you and Draza. You guys have bounced back in these last 2 series. What did you guys figure out to improve?
I'm gonna talk for myself. I just need to still figure out my playstyle with the team, like the pace, etc. I'm doing a better job now, but I can still do better for sure. And for Draz, it's probably the same. We still need to figure out some stuff in our point, especially. I think like SND and Overload, we are really good. This is just like our point we need to figure out again. But we have a month break and we will be good, trust me.
I believe you.
Abuza, what a way to close out 2025. What are we going to expect from FaZe Vegas in 2026 when we come back?
Be the best team in the game for sure. And yeah, try to win like every tournament possible.
Hell yeah.
Abuza, incredible stuff tonight. Final question as everyone is heading to the holidays. How are you going to celebrate? Do you get to fly back to Belgium? Where's family?
No, I'm just my girlfriend's coming here and that's it. Nothing crazy, to be honest.
That's
Make sure you hit him with the FaceTime.
That's a good answer. Stay locked. Like you said, use this month to become the best. Congrats on the win, my guy.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, guys.
Amazing stuff from FaZe Vegas. You mentioned it, Ant. This is now a gauntlet. They've done the hard part of the job. From here on out, the road has to be easy to stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it like they've played 3 of the top teams in the game. You're talking about Thieves, and now you're playing Koi, right? So, and Gentlemates, and you've come out 2-1 where they don't even feel like they're that good at hardpoint yet. So you use this month to improve there. It's going to be real scary for the rest of the league.
Ali, I see you hugging your emotional support tree over there. As we wrap up our holiday episode, we've got some updated standings behind you. Optic remains undefeated at 30 points. We now have, 5 teams at 2-1?
you